a great mud flood that then destroyed a worldwide empire that then went through a giant reset. I'm calling it STEM punk for like science, technology, algebra, engineering, mathematics. It was not a renaissance, but a reset. History was hidden and erased in order to hide what had happened. The empire was rebranded to hide, and it wasn't rebuilt. It was here all along. Some of it was demolished. So, let's get into the economy of Tartaria, because what's sort of interesting is this idea that there's an international agreement across many nations, including American Indians, who, by the way, were Confederates. And when I say Confederacy, you kind of intuitively know they had chieftains, but they were literally part of the Confederacy, fought in the South, and kept slaves themselves. So it's an interesting part of the So before we get too far in, I want to talk about taking all of these ideas and tying them together. The first thing you're going to want to do is take all the ideas that you have and just put them away for a minute. It doesn't mean you have to forget them, but you're going to just want to put them in another place. And the best way to do that is to figure out what you know is taught to you, and then what you can perceive about it with your senses, and replace your perceptions with your senses. And then I want you to think about all of these things that you've heard, seen, smelled, and tasted and smelled even, and empathized with. So part of the series will be looking at the difference between truth and hidden meaning. So you might wonder, what's the point of studying history? Because you know already, history is not true about the subject, which is lying. However, lies invariably are about truth. So we could study these lies and find these deeper meanings. So we're going to look at things like symbols and words, particularly ones that pejoratives or negatives that actually have positive connotations. Primitive is a great example. We're told that people that lived long ago were primitive. But when we think about this word, like primitive, primal, primordial, prime comes out. And we know prime moves into prime radical. So it's more likely that they were quite civilized actually, and that there might be something there. So we're going to get into what sort of society they constructed. Historically, a lot of social contract theory comes to the Magna Carta, although Cyrus's cylinder of Columbus Day 500 BC technically is perhaps more important. The important thing about that also is before Christ. I know we want to say common, but there's a lot of reasons why we should talk about what that word really means. Christ and Messiah, the anointed one, refers to the Exodus soil made of cannabis that their Vitica used to anoint each other during the times of Gnostic Occidental mysticism. So it's interesting that they haven't changed the calendar, they've just sort of changed its name. I mean, go ahead, use another calendar. I did for a long time, switch to the Mayan long count. It's a great calendar, just write it on your hand every day. But if we're going to use BCE and CE, I think we should describe it differently as before the collapse era and the communist era, which really makes a lot of sense to take the common era and to use iconoclasm to steal the work, change the names, present some sort of a false history. Anyway, so this idea that the Magna Carta was signed under duress by a tyrannical king who was unfair, an absolute monarch, foolish, and considered ugly, and then the people were saved and their rights were restored. This is a false legacy. What really happened is nothing like this. And the reason we know that is because the story tells you about a king who was forced to sign a contract, an agreement that must be voluntary. Any forced involuntary contract is essentially not legally binding. There are exceptions to this rule, of course, but in general, the idea is to know what you have participated in signed contract of and what the rules are. So let's look at this history slightly differently. King John Plantagenet, who, yes, looks not so ugly, in fact looks a lot like Christ, was threatened upon signature with death, he would not sign it. Which is sort of an interesting metaphor for our social contracts that we use to this day. And it is an important thing to remember that efficiency breach continues to this day. So every contract has a clause, including that. And every contract is based on some sort of uniform commercial code. You can make a contract on your own, but if you don't, it's often assumed that you're using uniform commercial code. And in the Uniform Commercial Code, it's written that when you accept a benefit, you are obligated to accept the obligations and duties of that contract. For instance, if you eat a fruit in a store, you're expected to pay the price. And these are the agreements that we look for. It's part of relationships, which is a form of symbiosis. There's many kinds of symbiosis, but essentially the concept is the unity of strength. There's not just positive or negative symbiosis, but in general, symbiosis makes it possible for many different things to work together to become a larger thing. Sort of like this ionosphere, which is a jellyfish order, actually comprised of 188 species of jellyfish, which could not live independently, but together create an inseparable duo, the body politic. And human is in fact a body politic as well. That's why we use this term. We are a sea of many species, and we need to bring together into this one hierarchy. That complexity of specialization requires us to have a symbiosis. So there are types of symbiosis. Mentalism is a type of symbiosis where neither one is affected. Parasitic symbiosis is where one takes from the other and the other loses in the relationship. There are a lot of parasitic relationships around us, and the parasites produce offspring which continue to create new relationships to live off in larger organisms. Parasites that practice lecherous cult and the destruction of our society in order to benefit themselves, to empower themselves, and to take away what we have that they don't use for themselves. While they may think that it often is beneficial or is mental, it's often not. It's often parasitic. So a great relationship would be an example, a manifest relationship would be an example of the wolf and the raven. And it's a relationship that goes back yards, thousands of years. Into the Indo-Aryan times, there was a relationship between the Vikings and the tribe of the Scythians, and they created a trading empire which allowed for nomadic persons to meet citizens, to meet in cities. And this allowed for an expansive empire that had diversity of race and religion. So often, when people on the internet now are worried about the past, they say Africa or Egypt or North America or Asia sort of exclusively, but you know that we were all connected at one point, and that there was some sort of symbiosis. So, looking around the planet, there are the ruins of all of these great civilizations. There's these temples everywhere, and there are words and symbols which have been obscured but still leave remnants. For instance, Tartaria has Torah and Aaron in the title. Also, in the log, we're looking at words like territory, terrace, trade, barter, partner. Just using your vocabulary, you can find a lot of words that are rooted in archery. And Sanskrit is a great clue for this, because of all the Indo-Aryan languages that are rooted in Sanskrit, we'll find that Hindu languages like Hindu and German languages like German itself have very similar words and terms and alphabets. For instance, in Sanskrit, Mama Nama means my name is, whereas my Nama is my name in German. So it's spread very clearly, and then you can see the differences in pronunciations. For instance, in Spanish, do you like that? Do you like the shoes, the dance? Can often be exchanged. And spelling does matter, anyways, rather than on the desert. It also affects the way people speak depending on where they're from. This is how we learn about the real estate of the Catalan accent in Barcelona and Spain, because of the family. But it's not that confusing to see how they're able to spread the sensors so far. When you look at the planet from the northern projection of the pole, you can see how close these places really are to each other, especially with boats. So carrying this culture across North America, Eurasia, would have been a fast path. And we can see the records of Phoenician letters and Etruscan letters and the Roman, and we see how they came even from Sumerian, from the Tartary. So Kemet, which is one of our oldest records of African culture, it shows this as well. And while it is very clearly an African empire, it worships, like the rest of the empires, something greater than themselves. So I'm not going to say it's extraterrestrial, but there is some sort of sacred geometry that's worth noting. And I think that is a good subject in itself that is worth looking into. I recommend videos by Scott on the subject. Probably the best word to describe Secrets in Plain Sight series on the sacred geometry of reality. The word is definitive. There's nothing I've found more. I would say you should buy his books. They're fantastic. Highly recommend this series. So, the history of the symbols of the Tartarian Empire are built into its structure. There were star forts across the Atlantic Sea. There were players in this game that was an economy. And there was a banker system that brought things back and forth. Self-propelled civilization, which saw technology as worship. And this explains why they worshipped the propeller so much. And I know this is kind of a scary subject for some people, but really, even if it's been forbidden because you think it's a symbol of hate, please remember that all talismans have whatever meanings you project on them. Context is everything, and it's a really bad idea to put negative energy into a symbol. And that's just a tip that I would recommend. And in general, if you're going to give up the propeller, you might as well give up carrots and spinach and animal rights too, because they're all inextricably linked by identity politics, if you really feel that way. And a better thing to do would probably be to dismantle the hate and find the true root of these symbols. Of course, that's totally up to you if you want to give up propellers and vegetables. But an example of some people that do love the propeller and are not evil, as far as I can tell, are the Jains, who are a pacifist Hindu cult that goes back many millennia. It's a religion that does not harm, won't harm a tuber, won't kill potatoes, won't eat roots from the earth. Specifically, explicitly choose to eat vegetables, blossoms, and not kill vegetables themselves. It's such an interesting religion, and definitely not one that is associated with hate or murder or supremacy, unless it's the supreme divine individual spirit. But this also shows us that there's this great colorful culture that spanned the world, and that it believed in this self-generating living fractal system, and that these symbols were lucky, and that they were powerful, and not just powerful in an esoteric or an engineering sense, but those two are essentially the same thing. And so it makes all of a sudden so much sense why these two symbols are so inextricably linked, the star fort and the propeller swastika. Because without them, they could not get from one to the other, and they could not defend the other with the other. But we're told that these are evil because they're old, and we've gone through an era of iconoclasm, destroying maps, destroying symbols, taking and replacing, often rebranding when possible. A great example, of course, is the symbol of fasces, which is a number of rods bundled together with an axe head at the top. And what is an axe head, right? It's a tool, very clearly a tool. It's not a weapon. It could be a weapon, but it's not. It's a tool that can be used to defend, but it's mainly a beautiful, elegant tool that can be used to craft, to build houses, to make fires, to defend, but mainly it's a tool. So it's an interesting symbol that they use to represent fashions as a number of fragile reeds that are together stronger when attached. And it's destroyed everywhere you go. They tear it down. They don't want you to see it. And it's not just ISIS that's destroying these icons. And it's not just in Europe or in Asia. Across the world, we're destroying everything we have in the past, whether it was about something good or not. It's being justified as if it's for this better future. So, a people that have a lot of imagery that somehow hasn't survived, like the Slavs, and it's not the same as the Soviets that you have seen so much of. The Soviet Union architecture is very specific, but in old country there was a lot of beautiful structures. There was essentially the fairy tale folk cottage style that you think of from art books, but real. And these are some examples mainly of the inexpensive cottages, these wooden houses and cottages and churches that survived or were somehow, documented. But these are just the inexpensive, comparably to the large castles that existed. And we'll see peacock feathers, notice tattoos of sacred geometrical patterns. See that the Slavonic people were a great cultured people, colorful, diverse, and part of the Tartarian Empire, along with the Scythians. Scythians are people that are remembered through the scythe today, which was their tool for harvesting. It's also considered the root for the Sith, which is an interesting connection to the Bene Gesserits from Dune and Star Wars, having manipulated into sort of a Disney-fied version. They're connected to the Aryans who had boats and long houses. Now I know when you say Aryans, but really, yeah, it's okay to be Aryan. The Indo-Aryans are a group that they rose out of Mesopotamia and eventually went around the world, and they're known for their boats, which they have in Eritrea and they have in Viking world. But is it not unlikely that they were just part of this greater empire that we now know existed in the same places they traveled? And we see the examples of tribes which look like mixed between Scandinavians and Scythians or Asians, and it starts to make sense why there are so many diverse races in the last 500 to 1,000 years, because they're traveling by sea, even though the origin myth really described there being many less races, in fact. And so looking at the longhouses of the Pacific West coast of the North Americans, we can see that there is some truth to the official history that these Leif Erikson character come from Scandinavia through Greenland to Vinland and discovered the New World, at some point making arrangements for trade with the Scythians, and that they stayed, created a cultural exchange that has lasted. And you might say that it could just be intuitively logically they look the same, but I think the more you look at it, the more you see the specificity of their designs from this Malaysian, Indo-Aryan, American trade. And so we have reasons to believe that it's not just a land-locked continent like Gondwana or Pangaea or an ice bridge, but actually boats and land. Any of these solutions will describe why we have these noble savages, as they were called, who were cultured, civilized, and also, in some cases, clearly more Asiatic than others, including the Han tribe in Canada. So, the Han, the Asian, the Chinese, let's talk about the Chinese first, because those are all different things. And before we get into the Chinese, let's talk about origin models for nations. So I use the trapezoid scheme, and the way I look at it is usually a foreign king invades, not with his own sons, but often with conscripted soldiers from another defeated nation, and they are then forced to defeat the enemy's king, which would exhaust the defeated empire and continually exhaust conscripted, they're enslaved, they're culturally erased, and they are assimilated into a working class or a soldier class, like the formerly defeated that helped for the new nation. And this perpetuates colonialism and also the culture through a system called curiarchy. Curiarchy is a system of cross-sectional polarizations that are used to isolate and to antagonize different groups of people into submission to a larger system. So you might consider yourself male or female, but you might be black or white, or you might be Republican or liberal. And each one of these cross sections puts you in a smaller group that are less and less advocates for the aggressive identity politic. So using the system, it puts the upper class at the top and the slave class at the bottom. Gives a certain amount of leeway to the middle class, so long as they encourage the lower class to behave, discouraged by the lower class from misbehaving. And this also translates into the sexuality of concern, because your capacity for concern is dependent on your ability to take care of fundamental physiological needs, your safety, your wellness, before you can self-actualization. So it essentially licenses self-actualization for women, takes it away as an option for the lower classes. And it's a repeatable experiment. You can see this all over the world. The caste system in the serfs of Europe, which had a religion at the top, basically similar to the common priesthood above the princes. And Latin American society as well. And another interesting thing about this model is it shows that the foreign king is at the top and the conscripted soldiers are in the middle, and the defeated nation is always. And so, looking at that's not evidence to show that this is the case. And, ask a Tamil. But looking into Europe, it's very, very similar. It's not that Europe was ever really run by Europeans, as far as we can tell. England was a Roman Britannic state for a very long time, full of slaves. It is to this day run by the Wilhelm House Windsor, which is the British English version of their name, Wilhelm. But they're not hiding it very well. King George III couldn't speak English during the American Revolution, which I'm sure made it easier for the Nazis to manipulate independence and anti-disestablishmentarianism. But he wasn't the first king either. It's not that the German line is the first. William the Conqueror in London could not speak English either. For 300 years, his line did not. So this is where we get back into who is China. Because if England isn't English, and South America isn't South American, India isn't Indians, I doubt China is either. There's 56 ethnic minorities that are listed, not counting the ones that are completely eradicated or in the process of being so. And they're fascinating, interesting people, great cultures. For instance, the Hmong people, who have some of the most fantastic magic that's still practicable to this day, and very, very much notice the peacock on her shirt as well. It's the peacock you'll find again. The Yi people, fantastically different design clothes, and yeah, sure, she looks Chinese. The sake will look very Chinese in this picture, but do their clothes, and that's a good example of the hidden culture. Tibetans, there are remnants of conquered peoples in these Chinese. You've seen them become Chinified, but you've not seen them become Chinese. Ethnic cleansing does not fully work, and I know this is a subject that China is trying to say is, at the very least, not to be talked about, whether or not it's true. But I would say that whether or not it's impolite, the evidence is honorable, that their homes have been occupied, and their culture has been erased. And I think it's also important to watch the film Hero if you ever have the chance, which is a Jet Li film, a propaganda film from China that was released in the United States by Quentin Tarantino. And essentially it tells the story of the Chinese occupying the Chinese lands, and then I should go back to the names. We'll go back to this point, but basically in China there was a rain of arrows and the burning of all the books and the destruction of all the culture. And the question is asked, if all of history was erased and only one single symbol from your culture could be saved, which symbol would you save? And this is like, you know, these are the sad feels I get. Like, honestly, I can't help but feel for iconoclasm. That's something that really gets me. I think about the hidden Christians in Japan that were unable to admit what they believed for hundreds of years under threat of being crucified upside down. So we'll get back. Let me go a little bit further back there. Let's skip forward. Let's talk about that movie. So, how do you murder a mandala? And here's an example of a suppressed culture in China. It's Tibet. And Tibet is well known for being civilized and cultic, esoteric. They make fantastic mandalas of sand and wipe them away. So it seems kind of like the hardest culture to really erase, and the one that gives so much hope. Because sure, they can move in a bunch of Chinese to Tibet, but no matter how hard they try to conquer Tibet, or to make Tibet China will never be Tibet. It can't be Tibet. Tibet is just too fantastic. It's too magical. It's too sophisticated. And I don't mean to take those words and say they're exclusive to Tibet. China has a fantastical, magical culture of its own. But it is separate, and it is different. So, there's also the connections between Tibet and Egypt, which are Book of the Dead. It's not the Book of the Dead. And the beliefs in chaos and order, Saturn and the moon, there's enough evidence to show the West Coast connection between the Shintoism of Japan and the Book of the Dead of Tibet, and the Book of the Dead of Egypt, the Book of the Dead of Mexico. So, next thing we were talking about the hidden Christians in Japan, where Japan believed Jesus had actually been, then there was a Japan war, which ended up in the destruction of the Japanese Christians, the hiding of the Christians. The old ways are remembered. Anyway, these are allegedly the real Chinese. But I have to ask, if a rape culture is the product of rape, is rape culture really war culture? So, here's a non-con Chinese story. There's another China, and it's worth knowing that China. So, in Shin's world, these are the Chinese invaders. This is the Great Wall to keep out of China. These are the Han, the guardians of the wall. Officially, they're supposed to be Chinese, but I would say these are not just another. They're supposedly Turkish, but this is because the last of them are allowed to consider their own people live in Turkey. Still, these people live in China to this day. They are Chinese. And it makes you think about indigenous people and their cultures being taken their civilization. The Chinification. This is the conscripted soldier. And this is the outcome. And it's repeated again throughout history. Here's an example of a Mongolian now dressed as a Soviet soldier right before the greatest tragedy of World War II, arguably, was the lost women of 1945, where so many women and children between the ages of 13 and 80 were raped. An entire race created. And it's something that we're told we know happened, but somehow we're supposed to be justifying it because the Germans did bad things during the war too, or at least their husbands did. So, the men were bad, so we should rape their women and their children. Although I'll ask you to find some evidence that's neither cartoon nor Hollywood, because I think a mob will probably have a hard time doing that. It's a lot easier to be vindictive than to think about the qualities of a situation. But I have to ask, was this really the right way to do it? Because if you're not being fair, you'll end up having to pay the bill later. So, these are the conscripted soldiers. Where were they from? Well, the Koreans are called the Han, and this makes a bit of sense because the Koreans are a people, very great people, very magical people, with a very rich culture that worship the moon and the portal, and have been divided, oppressed, yet have been always unified regardless of this effort that's been put upon them. And they worship the two pillars, they have the sun and the moon dynamics, and while they are proudly not Chinese, they maintain very many Chinese artifacts in their culture. So is it possible that these are Korean artifacts and they are not Chinese in origin? We consider many Japanese things to be Chinese in origin. Could it be that these Chinese things are Korean? Another movie to watch that's interesting, from Korea, 2009, Lost Memories, which is an alternative timeline that shows what would happen if the Japanese had never lost their control of Korea in World War II. And it's definitely an interesting story. But it could very well be that there's an effort just to confuse us about history, and that Marco Polo was right all along, and that, in fact, Chinese were not Chinese, but Persian before the Han. Before the building of the wall in the Great War in the 1600s. So Marco Polo, who was from Cruiser, Croatia, which is a giant white stone castle island in the middle of the Balkans, was known for traveling to China. And he arrived back in Europe and was imprisoned right before the beginning of the Great European War. And his stories were dictated in prison about his travels through the Tartaria and into China, where he eventually met Genghis Khan. And Genghis Khan is, until recently, not depicted as a Chinaman. He's never a Han. He's always a redhead. And in the old days, we used to think it was kind of strange that they put John Wayne as Genghis Khan, but now I have to think it's just part of the tradition. And Marco Polo probably wasn't wrong about that. There's so many things that we're told Marco Polo was correct about, but we're supposed to believe these things that were incorrect were just such huge misconceptions that we would miss them. It seems unlikely. It's more likely that we're wrong about so many things in history because we saw the Netflix version. However, it's possible that so many of these races have been changed in order to obscure the importance of them and to show that the Caucasian is some sort of elite, singular race, but I kind of think not. I think it makes more sense that there's just a grand economy that shares in the spoils with all of the nations. However, China from Persia, Persians from China, the Parthian era, the redhead Iranian Persian Chinese. There's a lot of evidence to show. Before we get any deeper into history, I would like to address oppositional pathology and the esoteric sciences, because a lot of what we're talking about is what we see, and the thing about what we see often is how we see it defines what it is. And this a lot of the time comes around the esoteric concepts of archetypes and Carl Jung and Man and His Symbols, which was a book that Carl Jung wrote that basically describes the idea that without God to illuminate our symbols, man is in darkness. And with those symbols, we are able to reflect upon ourselves. It's actually, the Sanskrit word guru means to come out of darkness into light. And generally we have this concept of experts, and the word experts comes from experimenters who have navigated the path and have found their way out of the labyrinth, or at least have led us to the end results that they have found, which are the walls, the brick walls that they've not been able to escape. But if you look closer yourself and experiment, sometimes there are ways out of these walls. And these brick walls are actually just doors, and the keys to the buried treasure that are being guarded actually help us escape this system that we've been entrapped in for so long. It's because perspective and hubris is our perception, and it's a lens that we can share. It usually starts like this. In the beginning, there's lots of bright, interesting energy, and we break it down. Patterns start to emerge. Often, and usually, you're taught which identities and patterns to notice from people that we trust. And when we start to see them open up, logos begin to form at what we call the delta. And when the logos enter the psyche, then they became relationships in our youth. And we call this point developmental psychology. Like, psychology is just the measurement of the symbols and the metrics of our minds and their use. In school, we're supposed to trust our leaders and our educators to teach us how to think and what behaviors are acceptable. And we're supposed to know that they're reliable sources. But if it turns out they're not, then we're supposed to rely on our own experiments in order that we don't become skewed and lose all credibility and faith in something greater than the heretics who misrepresented and betrayed us and the subject itself that they had lied about. So we'll talk about chemistry later, but I want to introduce this quote from Yale chemist Professor Michael McBride. Science is the belief in the ignorance of experts. Right? And again, experts are experimenters. So science is more than just existential allegory. It's experimentation, very, very much so. It's important that you be able to test something yourself. And at a point when people tell you that they are so well versed in experimentation that you don't need to, or that you can't experiment and try these experiments and become an expertise yourself, that might be, for lack of a better conspiracy, just because of conformational bias, is what I call it, because they want you to confirm and then conform both yourself and others to an agenda shifting pattern. And this is what scientists are taught to believe from a very early age is acceptable, because they know once they reach the point of no return that beyond the Socratic method of deductions that can be made through perceptions, and there's only a range of consistent predictability. And beyond that range is the philosophy of empiricism and empirical observations, which is essentially a cult of perception. And while observances can be made, they can be augmented and are not trustworthy. So science falls into a philosophy of trust in illusions and a distrust in your own observations, which scientists have already been well informed that there are many ways to see things, and that right and wrong are merely points of view, and truth ranges between the pillars of falsity. So it's more important to see the bigger picture, and skeptics emerge, you might say, in some predictable responses to scientists' predictable responses. I have seen, or I have read, or I have experimented, or at least my parents got me for Christmas that book on how things work. And the greatest threat to this conspiracy is someone getting their child a crystal radio kit and then putting it together and learning how things work. and then saying that they can see right through it, that they see a system, and in that system they find that there is a code, and it's been encoded. And this is actually where we get the word encoded, or coding, or coders, or programmers, because of tapestries, which were encoded with programs by code weavers, such as Penelope. So another way of looking at things is to say that these are some sort of intellectual fights that are happening for the sake of teaching us how we're supposed to view another perspective. And it's true that we can learn and wrestle with each other's perspectives, or you can be forced to see things a certain way. But if at some point someone tells you to see things that you have not been taught to see, or rather you've been taught not to see, it might seem less believable or hard to handle the truth beyond that range of acceptable belief and perception. This is where we get into this field of Gestalt psychology. And Gestalt is the German word which represents form or shape and perspective of that shape, because there are many ways to look at many shapes, and they're not all wrong. Some of them might not be better than others, but some might be better than others, depending on your values and your needs. So it is everyone's prerogative to try to see things their own way, at least just be able to see them differently, and to find the way that is best to see them. And it's often we avoid that perception because we want to keep this rigid paradigm that is safe. But is it really? And where do we get it, right? It's usually something that starts the same way. We are to distrust ourselves. We're to believe we are worth less than ourselves. We are then to trust in these others who are, we believe, better than us and know more than us, because they've gone further in the labyrinth than we have, so we must trust them. So we make an arrangement and an agreement, and imprinting begins, and some sort of perception or perspective or philosophy is imprinted into you forever, and it's hard to remove, and it defines and shapes your pathology and your cognition forever, and leads to what I call hypnotic reactionaries, where sort of like after MK Ultra, where Nazi scientists had pioneered mind control, and granted it was an end game of mind control, but what was it really? It was the study of oppositional defiance. It then led to the ability to control the minds through mass hypnosis, which Open Sesame in the young times of the 60s led to an entire society that believed that they had somehow created or discovered a truth that was their own. And Ginsburg had told them that the electric Kool-Aid acid test and their bus was just a CIA catch and tag and release program. While he wasn't believed, eventually the Freedom of Information Act did prove that that was the case. So there are many examples of important philosophers that wrestled with these subjects using their own senses. However, they did start with education. Ram Dass, of course, very Ivy League. So it can be questioned, were these found or were they revealed? Also, I felt it important to mention the Grateful Dead. So many people seem to love the Grateful Dead, who used to be called the Warlocks, but they are part of the information campaign led by the American CIA in the 60s. So if you were to not follow your programming, if someone were to tell you that you had been part of MK Ultra or some related information, you were supposed to go insane, go rogue, and a self-destruct sequence would initiate. And there have been examples of agents going rogue and suiciding through bulletproof glass, which should be impossible, but shows what is possible with the mind. And there's a lot of hypnotic reactionaries to this day. You see them every day, everywhere you go, because of the media. And they respond on a level to vibrations and waves that are they precede the understanding of what it is they're upset about. They're simply upset at a level that is hormonal and perhaps radio. But this kind of training creates an entire class of non-punk people who believe that they are the most diverse, and perhaps this is a perfect word, diversity, because it is the duoverse, the two, unanimity minus one. And if you take any meta, the quickest way to divide it would be in this way, is equal to. Before you divide it into one, you would divide it into two. This concept of I and thou, which was part of Martin Buber's philosophy of binary meta philosophy, of unanimity minus one. It is very diametric, very binary, very digital, very oppositional, and supportive at the same time. But it is not analog. It is not spectral. It is you ain't. So, how many senses do you have? You might think 6 senses, right? 5 senses. But if you start to think about it, smelling and tasting and feeling, well, even eardrums and eye photonics are all sort of touch-based senses. And if you really think about that, you have one sense, that you're sort of this seeing amoeba that is describing different ways of feeling. Remember that electrostatic means that you really can't touch anything, and you probably are making it all up. So you have no sense at all. But we may share one sense, and it's the concept of empathy. 6th sense, awareness of how others feel, or how an understanding of how others, what others feel. And if you focus on that spiritual sense, you can tune your other senses to better describe the more consistent. Last time we were talking about Marco Polo and his trip across Tartaria, Europe, Asia, into the Chinese Empire, the Persians, which was Indo-Aryan, and the indigenous Berber people who had been displaced by the Han, who come from the lands of Korea. And so let's get into what Marco Polo said about China. At the time, China was considered a Persian empire that was controlled by Genghis Khan. It was referred to as Katay or Kataya or Kataya. Shin is the name of the emperor, which we derived from the name China. At the time, the empires that surrounded Persia were the Ukrainian Cossack Empire, the Poles, the Byzantine Empire, the Bulgarians. Below the Persians, there was the Mesopotamians. But in the center is an empire that is essentially being conquered by the name of Tartaria. And Tartaria was a noble class of grand viziers, often were involved in trading and the intellect of the other cities, including, this is perhaps where Byzantine got its name. But the Battle of Kiev, which is detailed in the story of Taurus Bulba, is about the Cossacks. Taurus Bulba is the Chiva, and the Polacks, whom Poles at the time were in cooperation to defeat the Ottoman Turks. So they had a pejorative. It was believed that the Cossacks were called Tartarians and then called Cossacks when they were no longer Tartarians, as long as they were working with the empire. They were considered the saviors of the city of Kiev, which is in modern-day Ukraine, which is its name from Ukrainian, which means the skull. Now, according to fable tells the tale of two brothers who are raised outside of the care of their father after he is betrayed by the Poles, and their land is taken from them. So he vows that they will deceive the Poles by educating their sons in Polish schools, and eventually they will overthrow the Poles and they will return the cities to their own people, and the Cossacks will save again Kiev, this time from the Poles. And it's perhaps interesting that Kiev is so close to Tartaria, and this is the area where the Cossacks were invaded from, according to this legend, because the Cossacks are considered to be the pogroms of the Russians who destroyed and caused the Great Immigration into New York of the Jewish people of New York and Canada, are also from the same place. And there's a correlation etymologically between Khazarian languages, and there's genetic evidence that the Khazarians are the modern Ashkenazi Jewish people. And in fact, it is difficult to find a Sephardic genome in the Ashkenazi. In other words, it's difficult to say that the Ashkenazi are from Palestine, but are definitively from modern-day Georgia, which is where Tartaria was. It's currently Georgia, near Russia. So, the other interesting etymologically things are the Finns have their flag, which is the Air Force flag, with the Shvazi on it, the propeller, which it's very interesting that the propeller on wings is so Sumerian looking, and if you were to over the center of the symbols, you can see the objectional content we've seen very entertaining. However, the symbol is of course older than the 20th century German revolution to National Socialism, and so it's continuing the way up to this day. So, interesting side about the correlation. Also, the Finnish people, their language is not declared, it is not connected to Sanskrit. It has 24 cases, which alludes to a derivative culture of many castes and high formality for interaction between aristocracy and merchant classes, different sorts of people and workers. So, but these symbols have existed for a long time, and we inherited these falling stars. And the thing about these symbols is they're not meant to be understood often by the layman, and so they can go on for a long time and have no meaning that has been ascribed to them. An example is the post office symbol of the United States, which used to be where it was an eagle, writing on this America, and another is the Jolly Roger skull. Essentially, it explains that when the fall of the Byzantine Empire and Eastern Empire, because of the Justinian plague or whatever atrocities, because there was a number of plagues on the record in the 18th century, and it did property to the west of Europe, where traders and merchants, specifically Ireland importers, were able to sell and trade this commodity, and the market was filled with books of the Byzantine Empire, which were valued, were collected, and this led to the Renaissance and a rebirth of civilization because we were surrounded in information. And this makes a certain amount of sense. We know that the keepers of information are educated, right? And they're better than other people, of course, because they learn things, and that's what it is that makes them so much better. Not. Anyway, so this is the crest of Carl Jung, and this is his family crest, which inspired him as a young boy to study symbols because he wanted to know what the inherent value of these inherited symbols was that he had been given, and apparently had been correlated with the kingdom and with fantastical legacy of war. And there's a library and a castle, so you want to understand the background. But he ended up creating this, which was his own Carl Jung crest, and you'll see that it retracts the four-cornered flag into a three-layered flag, where there's a line of heaven in between the land, and the land is divided into the four corners and that which grows downwards and upwards, as above so below, which feeds off the sun and the earth to the perfect ring of the Taurus. And above the head of the helmet is an angel holding grapes, which is then above lightning rods at the base of the man Carl Jung. So this gets into the idea of talismans and their magical power, and why people use medallions, and why they're so correlated, and why these symbols are the same so many places. For instance, the red shield of the Rothschilds, which you'll see it has the Tartarian, double-headed, Austro-Hungarian, Byzantine, Scottish Rite, double-headed eagle, or phoenix, holding in its hand the wand or scepter, and the ornament that represents this metaphysical realm, where you have a hollow sphere that is at a water level, and in the center is a magnetic cross. So further into the coat of arms of the Rothschilds, similarly, their more complex coat, which represents the five suns, has the four shields at the four corners of Europe, with a red shield in the center of it, representative of supposedly a very ancient shield in the center of the shield. However, what's strange about this shield is it's often represented as having horns, and then the centric disc shield looks very much like a money funnel to me. If you've ever seen a coin orbiter, you can put a coin in and it comes out the center of a vortex. And if you know about fluid dynamics, what goes down also sends energy back up, out, so it's like a tornado. And so also, before we get deeper into why symbols are the way they are, let's look at the handheld arrows on both corners. So we have it's a dragon and a phoenix, and there's a griffin and a unicorn on either side. And the griffin and the unicorn, I would suppose, would be the most fantastical creatures representing Tartaria. And these hands are holding the arrows, and often we remember the symbol of the empire that it was a bundle of arrows held together by themselves with string and making themselves into a tool. And this should probably cover woven braids, which are intricate, valuable tools that intertwine and interlock and save. The Boy Scouts are not the only ones to use these. They're interestingly passed down by women very often. However, they're a legacy and a skill that are very useful, and to this day are often referred to as Turkish head knots, but I think we can say Tartarian head knots. 19. So braiding a single rope, very important. Braiding is a very important skill. Here they're being held And their weapons, they're pointed, they're very clearly for weapons, but they're pointed one down and one at the other, coming down. And the other one is not able to lift it up in time to defend itself. And 5 arrows in the hand, and this represents the capital as well as the nations and the kingdoms that are controlled. For instance, the dollar shows the American people. So shields have important meanings, crests have important meanings, and it goes back very far to the power of a witch named Medea. And Medea is also where we get the word media, medicine, Mediterranean, medallions. There are many more actually that you'll probably think of that I'm not mentioning right now. But Medea was a witch, and she was maybe more of a esoteric occult scientist. And this gets back into the idea of the Chinese witch symbol that they say, because they would make talismans by taking letters, removing the vowels, and turning the consonants into one symbol, forward and backward. And you get a message that is hard to deconstruct, but you know what it means, and I call it encryption. It's sort of like cryptology mixed into hieroglyphic symbols, because you don't necessarily have the full phoneme, but there is representation of the consonants, which is sort of this inherent logic. If you think about Kiki and Boba, sometimes straight lines and points like this arrow are thought of almost universally to represent Kiki when they're asked which one is Kiki and Boba, and curves are represented with Boba. So there is some sort of a logic to what sounds represent their symbols. In fact, that's why G and C come from right angles in Sumerian. And in Sumerian, of course, we'll get to later the phonemes of Tartaria, because the Sumerian alphabet's actually newer than Tartarian. And we have evidence of this. It's not. None of this is like without citation. There will be citation for all of these accusations, claims being made. However, in the meantime, let's look at the idea of the sigil and the crest and the talisman, and why it was important to these people that were hiding these meanings from other people. So they did not want everyone to understand them. And so they would set them up in a way that kept them safe to be seen in public and misunderstood. And so it's a form of magic. And a lot of people understand magic. And not everybody likes what they see. Although I like the POTUS in this picture, because he clearly knows what's going on and he's not too worried about it. But the people on either side of him are, because they can tell he's rocking clothes. But there is power in symbolism that is not related necessarily to the observer. The audience might think that it's a mainstream Christian symbol, but the Vesca-Pisces with the red cross coming out is Maitreya, or I'm sorry for now to call him Christ, but these represent an entirely older religion than what we've been told that they represent. The Vesca-Pisces actually represents the two pillars coming together to create a portal. Between the two pillars are the sight of God. There is a stage that is set up for worship with an altar, and the top of the pillars are just below God or the architecture. And so on the other side, you can see that there are on the top of the pillars spheres that are representative of the earth and of the stars. But it's the interior and the exterior. One is supposed to be the north and the south, as above and so below, or inside or outside of the perspective. And within the two pillars is one portal into truth, because on either side of the portal is not truth. However, that divide falsehoods from the realm of truth. Between them is a center stage that is lit by the architect, between the sun and the moon. Above the pillars are two spheres representative of the north and the south, or the interior and exterior, earth and space, as inner space and outer space. However, above the pillars, they're able to see not only within, inside of the realm of the God stage, they're able to see above and out into the realm of falseness. Only when they're able to see what each other are able to see, they're able to see the true light of the architect. And this is the one portrait that is according to what is true. Truth is different apart. And the symbol is very old. We see that it's being used for sports. This is a pound. Yeah, and the Etruscan alphabet is nearly backwards. So we have Aleph as a symbol that represents the two pillars, and we'll have a series a bit more on Hebrew geometry, but it also represents the Byzantine because it's the two seers, the two whole seers, and with the word Holy See, Vatican able to see outside. So being able to see inside the grid is the shared lens between space and interspace. View outside the pillars is a special, lucky thing for some, but it's also a curse for others that they want to know as an absolute truth that is true for both the inner and outer space. So, Holy See was responsible for taking lives back the Freemasons still happened for hundreds of years until after the Catholic Church so the Byzantine symbols, and we know that the Catholic Church did not invent symbolism, but for some reason we seem to attribute them to the Freemasons in the language. But we also know this study was the Christian text of Hermes. These are much older concepts. So it truly was a Holy Roman Empire that brought themselves to the information and then took the information elsewhere. They were conquest rulers that took people, places, and things and shuffled them up. And you could not ever question this, or else you could never come back together. We went over to rock last night, as Paul said. But who were we to argue with the finders of the world? It's destiny, because we would most likely committed or was considered witches, that was but in the 19th century it wasn't just that they put people behind the stake, they put people in lunatic asylums, and lunatic was a lunatic matter. So many people now that the symbol for the sun next to the Catholic symbol are the sun vagina symbols. So here's your Saturn atoms that we're told to never mention Tartaria again. If they ever did refer to it, of course, it's gold. But it is bad. A lot of the time. Also, it's a great country. It's a great country. Everywhere. There's an old country. So, maybe a global conflict doesn't matter where you're from, but you experience. Whether 260 days worth of asteroidal impact, earthquakes, comets, devastation, lit up the sky, tore apart epic stone cities across the world, rockets, Chile, Colombia, France, and Russia, where there were, by the way, earthquake experiment called Tartaria. Also, Krakatoa and Strava events. Annihilation of Moscow, where Stone City was burned to brimstone. I'll tell you about the wood structures in Russia. There were wood structures, but that's not a good bridge. We're just part of some sort of Napoleonic invasion, and Napoleon was just a super complex guy. And that war with Eurasia, we've always been at war with East Asia. Who amongst us can remember what it was like before? What was before the second? Because it's all been advanced. This gets us into this concept Paris syndrome, which I thought sounded crazy until I actually lived in Paris. And it only works in certain kinds of people. Apparently it's very common in Japanese and among students. And what happens is, when you've studied Paris and you actually know about Paris, Paris does not make any sense. It's not, the actual Paris is not like the studies of Paris. The place does not add up to interpretation. And of course, you're supposed to throw away your studies, right? And then believe what you see. I hope. Well, so Plymouth Rock landed on us, and it's a great story, really, the way it's told by people that are knowingly supposed to be liars. Anyway, they escaped from the Dark Ages. And imagine for a second that you're in the Dark Ages. You know, it's whether it's real or not. Just close your eyes. You're in the dark, and it's dirty, and there's no lights when you open them. Everything's covered in mud. There's no plumbing, and so you go and you find a book club. And the book clubs are cool. They're men's associations, fraternal lodges that are well lit at night, clean, and they have meetups, they have maker spaces, they have Fab Lab, tech shops, lodges that are full of information from all over the world. They're collecting more information all the time. Some of these guys are making their own works about these works to explain the works that are too old to be understood. And from them are steam machines coming out, interesting contraptions. Brilliantly, they rediscovered the secrets of the except where are all those new pyramids? Except for the glass hollow pyramids. They're not the same. There was an era of resurrection in the 1650s that were told the Cathars took this information that they had saved from Egypt and Sumeria and Persians, and they learned so much about how it mattered that they forgot the demons inside their own heads and started emulating and making statues of architecture to the gods, temples to the gods of other people. Which Andrea Palladio, he either stole it and described it, and I think he's a great example of one of his lodge dissertations, and it seems like pretty obvious that's the official story anyway. He isn't supposedly a creator of this architecture, he's simply a chronicler. Andrea Palladio was a student of the works of Vitruvius, or Vitruvius. It's also the origin of the man. Well, now, as you would say, Truvia built this piece of Truvia, which there is a Spanish city, Truvia, that is a Spanish office of the Spanish state stereo. And it was a industrial factory Civil War, and these tanks were phenomenal pieces of machinery that led to capture by Nazis and Truvia has architecture, so by Truvia, west Empire, western Empire, area. That gives us Spanish, absolute, and it's fun. I thought as a child, it's red, right? It's fun, but it doesn't. Stone and bronze. When you talk a bit about America, you're down to Boston, whereas the United States the guy who somehow went on a rowboat to Krakatoa, only for a few minutes, of course. But he saw it, and then he left. And then there's, of course, the book by Alan Bailey about the Krakatoa lighthouse, because, you know, there was a lighthouse, and it's still there, Fourth Estate Lighthouse, and someone supposedly survived in the lighthouse. There's a video, like a National Geographic was made about Krakatoa, and it's essentially this concept that this man and this guy in his lighthouse survived underwater, you know, and then they were immediately famous and they lost money. But like more money than anybody ever, lots of money, like crazy amounts of money. And yeah, this lighthouse, the Fourth Point Lighthouse, is submerged underwater, and right, you know, there under. I mean, this is just, yeah, it's insane. He was there for 30 days, like, okay. But yeah, here's the lighthouse. Super cool lighthouse, don't get me wrong. So these are the traders of the Lost Archives, the Universal Trading Company, right? Universal Trading Company. That's just the Occidental Universal? I don't know. Here's a recap of trivia I wanted to mention last time we talked about on British radio, and whether or not he actually studied previous and the Cleveland Man, Da Vinci, and think about how that could be. Leonardo da Vinci talks a lot about femininity and androgyny. Well, maybe trivia, like the electrical systems that Styria had that ended up in the war that became Panzer tanks and were originally for making the Civil War, and the electric systems that they invented probably came from Tartaria. Well, let's get into steam power, because the electric steamers of the 19th century are fantastic, and they don't really require coal, they just require steam, and so I propose that they were electric. Now, there are lots of examples of steam-powered electric things. Nuclear generators are steam-powered, and nuclear itself is a steam-powered technology. And they want you to convince you that it's dangerous, of course, like oil companies and whatever, like, I mean, anybody. Like, it's really a safe, simple thing that you can produce a amount of heat that then produces pressure, and the water pressure then feeds off of this regulated cold water to hot water, and then spins turbines, which produce electricity and generate energy. So we have examples of this that are found. Here's a Swiss electric steam train. Here's an electric steam train. God, that's a beautiful. Here's, you know, an exploded boiler, and you start seeing like what happens when they don't know how to run an electric steam train. Like they start putting coal in it, because it's intuitive that you can heat up steam and electricity, you can heat up water to make steam. It's a natural progression of steam power, electric power. Here's the LMS Princess Royal electric steam engine, but it's also just so beautiful, right? Like, I believe LMS has the London, Midland, Scotland rail system. I think that's what it is. It's the British rail. So all these trains were used to get gold and silver and salt from places. Here's a salt flats in Bolivia, where there is a graveyard of these steam-powered trains. I've been there, and it's just miles of them. You can find all over the up here. What's out there really besides harmonic frequency patterns of these hexagonal salt crystals spinning for miles. But these trains, right? Like, look at these beautiful cast iron machines that are just abandoned here, and compare them to the Caribbean electric rail system. So it gets us back into the west of the Roman Empire and the Spanish Castile Habsburg, the Spanish command. And we talked about how Spanish not eating the bread and something kind of doing to the effective metal civilization. The Habsburg family of Elizabeth Valois, who was she was Parisian or French, and her son was Bohemian. Well, France had very little power during this time. Apparently they probably did. This thing about Charlemagne slightly differently. the Roman Empire called very powerful. However, it was moving less global at this time. The Roman Empire also limited in the sense we can see where it was strengthened. The black nobility was separate. So you can see how the Spanish Empire Italy was split. North Italy and South Italy was Spanish. So German Spain also is not one place. It's like the United States. It's more like Switzerland, but you can speak different languages everywhere though. In the Northwest, the Galatians. In the Northeast or the center, I guess you could say, you have the Basque State, which is in Spain and in France. Ought to be it is. Then there's the Valencia, which just look how close this is to the Empire. And there's just a lot of trade going on at this point with the Moors in the southeast, and there's a route called the Camino de Santiago, an important book to consider the Islam of Rome, which really compares the Arabs and the Europeans on levels where the poor with the poor and how they're trying to get the rich Templars and Commonwealth. Here's the DNA of Germanic Italians. Notice the vibrancy concentration. Also, the spot for something happening. And has the RZ36 type is limited in the south, which is another interesting aspect that shows that there is a very specifically Germanic Italy. And here's the South German city. These are Italian Alpine cities. So Italy had one point been actually where that red begins, and after World War II, when Germany was forced to return lands, everyone had to show the maps. Italy had made false maps that showed they were much grander and try to escape from the Germans. And even though the people up there still speak German, they're Italian. So here's some comparing there. And here's the dominion of the Habsburg family, spread out across Transylvania. At a certain point, the United Empire is so expansive that it covers all of Spain, but also all of northern regions such as the Netherlands. The Huguenots are included in this, and the Dutch, which leads to the war in the Duchy of Spain. And of course, Ferdinand and Isabella, this is an interesting, beautiful Ferdinand and Isabella from the Netherlands. They're not Ferdinand and Isabella from Spain. Or are they? Supposedly not. Something interesting. But I'm not suggesting that. It is an interesting correlation. Run out of town for their control of the Netherlands. Also, the Netherlands was considered the land over there that was run by itself, rather than here is Alexander, the Duke, who ran the Netherlands. Also notice that Ferdinand is drawn to be kind of he just doesn't look super very assertive. And his wife ends up giving the kingdom keys to the Hanson Croatian and Christopher Colon. Also here's Habsburg press. Gone over this. The dragon for years. And from 1568 to 1648, in Holland was the war, the 80-Year War, which led to the secession of Holland from Spain, and also in this time was the looting of the churches of Rome and the great period of iconoclasm. When the churches were looted, the symbols were taken down. This could be an interesting time to look for devastation of Tartaria. People who iconoclasm. And we see the building storm of the 16th century, the building storm, where people just went around and apart, looting statues and if you go to some of these churches that haven't been moved to certain places, you'll find porn statues of gods that are in Catholic churches still. So it's clear that these churches were not always. Well, I don't know if it's clear that they were not always religiously Christian, but it's interesting that they presuppose that they were built at a time when they did not understand the Bible and had all sorts of symbols that were non-biblical and perhaps pagan. Also, Spanish pillaging of gold and the stamping of Polish led to inflation of gold and its value less than silver. Alright, thanks. I got enough gold. I'm gonna get silver. That literally went down. Which shows how much gold there was, and also how little gold there was before that. Also interesting. So here are some personal fields, and they eventually become representative of the development style. Eventually, paper money replaces coinages, but not until it does India comes. And it's interesting that we'll talk about written start. And we're supposed to believe that all of this information were grabbed by anything else. Just repurpose right here. Test everything so fast. Test all things. That I say try a little bit of LGS. It's pretty interesting. So with that, the backstory on Joseph Smith. 5 was pretty active. He was an esotericist. He was Jupiter House walking he died. He was a Taoist like his father as well. But and if you don't know much about Taoism, really find the wells like on the water and the dirt. It works. It works. My father was a well dowser successfully. So perhaps you have to. Anyway, he was a good boy. Joseph Smith trying to find out which way was the right way. God said to start his own fellowship, so he did. Eventually it led to a total marriage system, which led to a lot of controversy about Christianity. I didn't really see controversy of surprise in Judaism. He's essentially had an alpha wife and had a system happening in wars. There was a lot of and when you try to convert them, you say, oh, well, we die over in heaven with God. You say, well, we already live forever. We don't understand the difference between heaven and a place where we never sick and hunger and we're happy all the time. And who is this God and how is he more powerful and more knowledgeable and wise than we are? This next level of civilization. Religion is slightly more interesting in the way it's presented credit. So, also, he got what he wanted, and it turned into this crazy thing. And it wasn't so great to have 99 wives, because a lot of them turned out to be men, bored, and then were just generally angry and jealous of not having them themselves, so they martyred or murdered Joseph Smith in fashion that more things and made it impossible for him to paint that ever again, so only allowed a legacy of positivity for the most part here somewhere. So this is an interesting time to find out that Joseph Smith is not, they told him to walk in as a drunk, angry, bad, ugly man, so here's the death. He didn't idea that they didn't really lie about his picture, he was rather handsome man. Interesting also, right? So 15 years earlier, before he died, he was probably leaving out of the past, probably South Park. More to it than that. It's an interesting story about this Indo-Aryan empire that was obliterated in metals, and it's interesting so much because it's stolen from the museum. But we also talked about different races in America, genocided, raped, the Langamanx, the Jaredites, the Moabites, and the Nephites. It's very interesting correlation with the Coptic stories about Tartaria. The cities are mentioned in the Jaredites, the Moabites, the flags are from the Moabites too. It's like Genghis Khan's hordes in Europe, one scholars around. And we talked last time about mega floods, wars, also, 30, very So here's a picture of these dust storms that I think we now know were bigger and longer and not just, we're explained about this dust bowl that happened and people driving these fancy vehicles that cost $500 across the country to just populate this new world. You gotta wonder about that. The Ford vehicles, insanely cheap, and just poured out into the streets. So who amongst us in the room that hopefully haven't back to constantly rising lives? Everyone's doing this. And people will tell you, you've seen this stuff, and then who can you be? Because basically your options come down to tall tales. That's about it. Tall tales are interesting and interesting. Because a lot of people in the 18th century stories of people's bill since the white and rides dust with them. Inspired very dense reference to factories. This is where they keep their archives, these military like bunkers embedded into series of stone mountains. So it's sort of a fantastic story about this group of people that were supposedly the sober witnesses, their belief in something that's so much of a tall tale. But is it really? Because there's plenty of evidence of the pale Native American tribes, and the idea is less and less disturbing of Indo-Aryan relations with these peoples, so South America. So, is it possible that in 1823, when Joseph Smith discovered these golden plates, they were real? And Joseph Smith preached to the Indians, and many Indians became Latter-day Saints as well, which is very interesting. And that gets into the Cherokee Confederate Alliance. Because he shows the 5 civilized tribes in a sort of negative light at the end of the film. So the Confederate Alliance, and the Cherokee, by the way, was very fantastic. It's written by a man named Sequoyah, though he claimed to have gotten it from natives. We're part of the principal 5 tribes, and not principals, by the way, but the leading 5 tribes, and they were civilized. And civilized is an interesting term because these Indians were slave traders themselves and kept slaves, and it is notable that there are descendants of these slaves, not only of the Cherokee, who had thousands, also of the other civilized tribes, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Seminoles, Creeks, all large slave trade colonies, principal slave traders, which gets into what the said about Mexico started to shape this Confederacy, or at least created one, which these could have been Soviets that could launch atomic rockets. Mexico was known for colonizing the Western Mexico. Mexico's Confederacy imperialism of corporate British possessions, who had successfully subjugated, replicated their control. And we're told that the Athenians were our original democratic link, but that's not actually where we get further socialism and pedophiles. That's not actually where we get democracy and self-determination, which is a more important thing than a dictatorship, minority oppressing minority. But we got the Confederacy, the Confederacy. Federal tribalism, Confederacy, exactly take over. Possibly, that's what Confederacy was meant by the British, was the wise states. The best way to put together. So it's interesting. We're told that hated each other, loved each other, cannon fodder. It's true. State in Paraguay, really essentially the same tragedies and decimated the population of the colony. Killed 90% of the population. Very few women and children survived. And it makes sense why they want to dismantle all of these monuments that are in the name of the fallen Confederates, because these are symbols of family and love and people holding each other together. They're not symbols of hate that we are taught that they are, or we are reacting to, or as we're reacting for. I wondered when this started, how this could go down, that Southern hospitality would become the next hate crime, because, you know, there was also a religion of peace now. There's no such thing as a civil war. I'm going to call it something else. The uncivil war of federalist crimes against humanity. And it's normally called the War of Northern Aggression, but I don't think that's quite right. Uncivil war of federalist crimes against humanity during the War of Northern Aggression. And this is the original flag of the Confederacy. Underneath is the battle flag that we're so familiar with. But in fact, the Confederate flag was very similar to the original. And if you're familiar with the Uncivil War of Northern Aggression, it's quite a nightmare. It's essentially the first major war that demonstrated industrialization of automatic weapons, major explosives like dynamite. Or another video specifically on technology that were engaged, all sorts of crazy weapons. Eli Whitney and standardization leads to mass manufacturing, which makes it possible to produce large amounts of these weapons quickly. For some reason, all of these machines that can dig out California gold were digging these trenches by hand. So the elite forces digging out these trenches are probably more likely archaeological tech they can find something. Whether or not Archimedes had models of these weapons when they existed in ancient times, this is the first time in recent memory the media has made news about us to see, since the Gatling gun. But I really want to talk a bit about Confederate submarines. They are a fantastic and interesting thing. And there were Yankee submarines as well, at least the Alligator. But after the war, some of the Confederate technology becomes declassified and available to the public, such as H.L. Hunley's submarine. It's a fantastic design. It has a propeller that is spun through the center, and you spin it sort of like an egg beater or a bicycle. This is the Pioneer in St. John's Bayou. I saw this one. It got stuck on some seaweed or kelp with the propeller, unable to pull out the water, and unable to detangle. That's at least the story. And that gets into the tunnels and the literal underground railroads, because there were. And I've always heard that, wondering about the underground railroads. When I was a kid, I asked, was it a real railroad? Some adults will say no. Other ones knew, yes, there were underground railroads and certainly tunnel systems, and they were used to connect to mansions, which then would take them to other locations. In many circumstances, there was a map that connected underground tunnels. Doctors are sawing legs off, shock without any sort of, essentially just robbing women and children, their sons and fathers, taking them down through potato famine. Drafting it's conscripting men, and they're killing them 20 to 1 often. Brand says sending more troops normally because they get killed a lot. It's okay because every 20 men, they get 20 more men, but there's only so many Southerners, and notice these tunnels. They didn't just fight around their houses, you know, they fought in their houses often. This was not fought far-flung from where their homes were. They were defending their homes for some perspective. Watch Gangs of New York again for some perspective on how the North actually felt the way they treated Irish and African Americans, not the South, which was a rather glamorous culture, especially in French areas like Louisiana. So we're told about General Sherman who marched across, destroying the towns. If you ever see a hand put in a jacket like that, it means they're keeping it a secret. We were told that the potato famine was an actual blight. It could have been just a reason of monocropping, and that's a lovely story, but it actually was a deliberate event in order to kill off as many Irish as possible. It was evacuated from the country, people were starved and killed. They were kept from eating seaweed. This is something that's happened before and will happen again. One of the examples, of course, is the Holodomor in Ukraine, which is a tragedy not even describable, but let me try. They took a bunch of kids, they shot them if they picked grain off the ground, they starved them to death while they made them work, and then they took all the wheat and food and sold it. This is how they emptied the Ukraine. We'll get into why the Ukraine is so important to this Georgian man, Stalin. So it was a time of starvation and emigration, where men and women and children were sent in mass exodus from their homes across the world. And there are trains that actually took boys and girls to all over the country. The lost boy generation in the 18th and 17th and 19th century. And if you've ever heard of being Shanghaied, where you wake up on a boat on the way to Shanghai, well, a lot of these boys became soldiers, and it didn't always work out well. Here's an example of blast wounds. So these are the kids, by the way, that were, and you know, I bet this guy didn't have a slave. Was one though. Was an indentured servant. They want you to forget, and the only way to do that is to tear down any physical remnants in the economy to obscure the intention. And the alternative narrative, of course, is that once the Confederacy were a free people, it was the Second War of Independence. There were a lot of African Americans that fought on the side of the Confederacy and kept their pride into their elderly years. My father's generation were probably the last kids to get to meet Confederate and Yankee soldiers that were still around after the war. But they have a very specific narrative that doesn't really fit with what we're told. Essentially, the more you look into it, it makes a lot more sense why there were so many Confederate African Americans. They saw the Slavery Emancipation Proclamation, which only liberated Confederate slaves who had, well, North slaves would still be in slavery. Imagine finding out, by just being an American slave who could read, which there were, and finding out that they were not freed because they were able to understand the fine print. And then began the period of Deconstruction, 15 years of complete control where there were soldiers guarded on all corners, and simultaneous wars goes on and on around the world, particularly Franco wars are interesting to look at, such as the Franco-Swedish and the Second French intervention in Mexico, which happened simultaneously to the war of the United States and the Yankees during their martial law occupation of the South. There was also Franco uniforms were very similar to the Yankee uniforms, and it can be said that they were to enforce the Roe Doctrine internationally around the United States. And these are the kids who fought for the Confederacy, just for some more perspective. And you could say that they were just forced to fight, but I'll tell you a little bit about this guy. He died in his backyard defending his sisters in the house. And his last words were home, as he died in the field. It wasn't that he wanted to fight so much, but that he kind of had to. But he got left holding the bag, like the entire nation got left holding the bag. And it's interesting to not remember so much for the ending of slavery, that instead it's remember for the history that came before it. And it's the history that we're trying to discover, that we're being kept from. This gets into the idea that once we were free, because when the 13th Amendment mentioned slavery for the first time in the Constitution, it actually defined its use, where it says slavery and voluntary servitude coexist as a punishment for crime where the party shall have duly convicted within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. Literally legalized slavery. So, there's that. Oh yeah, and why is it called slavery again? It comes from Slavic people, and they were objectified so often in the road by the Moorish slavers, Slavic. 12 years of Slav. And the tie comes from Croatia, it's the Hrvat, a Slavic invention. This is how we did, or how we did. This is more how we're seeing these days, apparently. But we get back to the Paraguay-Tribal War, which genocided 90% of the population. But it's very similar that in 1865, and all this is happening simultaneously. Paraguay is having the Tribal War at the exact same time against civil war, political aggression, and wiping out 90% of the population. And these are literally people that that's all the more to the point about Tartaria. So these are people. And in the north of Paraguay, in the west, is a place called Villa Delphia, where at the time was German. I've actually been there. It's literally a street called South Third Avenue. It's just fantastic. There's not much more than dirt. Roads everywhere, but just beautiful brick buildings. Some of the most fantastic heat-based buildings.